was perfect.
中巴转动世界球童 ，Join Players Uniting the World。女士们、先生们，这里是利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站超级分站赛第3阶段胜部第3轮41到第44场，败部第4轮45到第48场的比赛现场，让我们准备好热情，欢迎运动员、裁判员入场。And now let's welcome players and referees. Table 2 2号台由来自中国的申申义对阵来自中国的博俊杰，裁判员佘真真。Table 4 4号台由来自中国的张坤鹏对阵来自中国的陈哲，裁判员陆月。Table 6 6号台由来自中国的崔明军对阵来自中国的裁判傅安。Table 8 8号台由来自中国的夏里奥对阵来自中国的郝天，裁判员李亚芬。Table 12 12号台由来自中国的张太义对阵来自中国的周龙，裁判员刘媛媛。Table 40 14号台由来自韩国的朴永俊对阵来自中国台湾的刘正杰，裁判员宋明明。Table 60 16号台由来自中国的吴振宇对阵来自中国的陈思明，裁判员张毅。Finally, it's Table TV， 最后登场 TV 台。本场比赛将由来自英国的加雷斯波茨 （Gary Sports） 对阵来自中国的 王云。本场比赛主裁判杜立新，助理裁判李勇、刘宇。各位观众，这里是正在广西南宁为您直播的利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站超级分站赛的比赛场地。Please take a photo together.各位可以关注本次比赛的官方公众号，去看更多场次的比赛。值此岁末年终之际，我们也在利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站超级分站赛的比赛现场，预祝各位新年快乐！ And now, please take photos together. 比赛即将开始，让我们用一张合影开启精彩比赛。
王源你好，请双方选手争夺开球选择权。 听我口令，3、2、1，开始。加雷斯波茨获得开球选择权。
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station Super Tour. This tournament started on the 25th of December, will run through New Year's and onto the 4th of January. That's when we'll have the final race to 23 for that final, but now we are still in stage 3. Just 16 players left in the tournament, down from 32 in 1.5 days. And in the top 16, we have the winner side and the loser side. So top 8 in the winner side, and there's also 8 players left in the loser side. This is a winner's bracket match. Gareth Potts against Wang Yun. So the graphic on the screen saying third round losers, that's actually the other matches on at the moment. This is a winner's bracket match, and it is a race to 15 winners break format. Yeah, it's about time we have the golden boy Gareth Potts on the TV table. Current Heyball WPA world champion. Won that in Brisbane earlier this year, well, just a month or so ago. And yeah, what you could say is the most successful international Heyball player ever. He's the only international player to ever win the Grandmasters finals. The first, the third, and the fourth. He's won that event 3 times. So his statistics in the game speak for themselves. He did win the lag, so he will be breaking. It is winner's break format here in this tournament, all the way from stage 1 to the end. Yeah, solid break as usual. Pots the ball into the right center pocket. Let's have a look at that again. It's the 15 heading there. It's in. A lot of cue ball movement, though. That is dangerous. Now 7 other matches on at the moment, the last 16 players. Those matches are live, they are streamed. And if you are looking for the draw to the brackets, the live scores, and those live tables, I have put that in the description on Facebook and also pinned in the comment section on Facebook and YouTube as well. You'll see there's a Linktree link that also takes you to the Joy Billiards Linktree where you can find the QQ streams, go through that, and all the tables should be live there. Now having a look at the other tables, I see we have Shen Shenyi against Bo Junjie, that is on table 2. Jung Kong Peng against Chen Zi, that is also a winner's bracket match. Choi Ming Jun against Jing Zhao Hai, losers bracket match. Jia Liao against Hao Qian. Zhang Tai against Zhang Long. Yongjun Park against Cheng Liu, and Chen Siming against Wu Zhenyu. Those are the matches on at the moment.
10 seconds. Extension.
So with just 8 players left in the winner's bracket, you can call this a winner's bracket quarterfinal. And I'd say players that are in the winner's bracket currently are guaranteed a top 12 spot in the tournament. Because even if they do lose in this round, they will play again tomorrow morning in the loser's bracket. And we will already eliminate 4 players this evening, or 4 more players. Pot's not able to make the clearance on stripes there, a little bit out of position. And it's going to mean that Wang Yun has a chance at the table. Pot's the 6. Now what is his plan with the 3 and the 4? That's red and pink respectively on the right side. That's just under him. Well, there you go. There's your answer. That's his plan. Where is the 4 heading? It stays outside the center pocket. And by just removing the 4, it does mean the 3 is potable to that bottom right corner pocket. I was thinking he does have the 5 to connect to the 4 if he wanted to attack this right now. Yeah, that's a little bit too much if he was playing on the 4 there, which is what I think he was doing. There's no reason to go the cue ball where he's gone. Yeah, look, I wouldn't say he was attempting the pot there. He just wanted to get the 3 down, get the cue ball onto the bottom left-hand side of the table. And as you can see, he hasn't given pots a shot at all.
Seconds.
Just going to have to go indirect right cushion first. Here it comes towards the 9. He's almost potted it, but it looks like the 4 still goes into that left center pocket. Yeah, there we go. Looks like it just passes the 9. Now, we did start stage 3 yesterday. That was day 6 of this tournament. It started off, Gareth Potts' first match was against Haley Moore, won that 13-8. 3 break-in runs, 4 rack-in runs for Gareth there. Second match was yesterday evening. That was at 5 p.m. Won that match against Chu Ming Jun 13-11 with 1 break-in run, 5 rack-in runs in that match. Which tells me that he was struggling slightly with the break, only having 1 break-in run out of 13 points. But that has been his road in this winner's bracket thus far. Now his opponent, Wang Yun, went through Julian Serradilla 13-8, 3 break-in runs, 4 rack-in runs, and then Jing Zhaohai, 7 break-in runs, 4 rack-in runs. Jing Zhaohai, player that holds the record in this tournament for the most consecutive break-in runs in Division 1. That was 7 consecutive break-in runs on the TV table. A total of 9 break-in runs in a race to 15. Hasn't left himself with the easiest of black balls to the bottom left corner pocket. Right behind it, it looks good. It's going to go in off the jaw as Wang Yun gets his first point on the board. He's 1-0 up in this race to 15 against Gareth Potts. Winner's bracket match. Now, from looking at his previous matches, we did see he has a high break and run rate, so I'm expecting to see a good break from Wang Yun as well. Managed to keep Potts really tight in that frame with the cue ball, not giving him much of a chance. Was able to get the first point on the board. Now, there is no time limit in these matches. We will reach 15 in all of them. Our first time on the TV table for stage 3 at least for Wang Yun. And you can see why his break and run rate is so high. Straight away, it looks like 2 balls in. See the 12 heading to the center pocket, the 14 to the bottom left corner. The 11 was also heading to the top right. Yeah, no surprise there. Potting 2 stripes on the break, it means there's only 5 left on the table. Black ball should pass the 4 into the top left corner. Shouldn't be much of an issue there. Rest of his work is down table. As you can see, first round this morning was in the loser's bracket, and same thing tomorrow. We'll have the loser's bracket playing in the morning, and then winner's bracket and loser's bracket in the evening. So if you are in the loser's bracket, it means you're playing twice a day. And now we are going to race to 15, so it'll be a race to 15 tomorrow morning, a race to 17 in the evening. And if you are in the winner's bracket, you are just playing once a day. That's the evening session. Now, playing 2 sessions right up to the final, it is going to take its toll on you. That's why it's so important to try and stay in the winner's bracket. I haven't seen a losers bracket player play to their full potential in one of these finals yet. Finalist in the winners bracket also gets a day off. That's the day before the final. He doesn't play, so it's a complete rest day before that race to 23 final. Yeah, left himself so perfectly on the last stripe. He could just naturally float the cue ball around the two cushions to come there. He's looking closely at the black ball, but I mean, hasn't looked at it much throughout this frame, which means it must go. Might have to cheat it off the outside jaw. No need, straight into the center of the pocket, and Wang Yun gets our first break and run of this match. He's 2-0 up against Gareth Potts. Now, very likely, and what I'm expecting at this stage of the tournament, the standard that these players play at, that this comes down to the breaks. You're not going to see that many mistakes from these players in a frame, not at this level. Especially not at the level these two players play at. As you can see, we are using the triangle rack as well. Revision 2025 of the Heyball rules. Triangle rack, no more template. You can break from anywhere behind the balk line. And for a legal break, just 4 balls need to make contact with the cushion. He makes the 12 into the center pocket. It gets a lot of power into the cue, but also transferred through the pack. And that's why he's getting that ball hitting straight for that center pocket. Now, although he has pot a ball on the break, this is not as easy of a layout as the previous frame. Yeah, and exactly so. It wasn't the easiest starter, that 5. So easy to come across it and catch it thin like he did. As you can see on solids, that 2 ball is only available to the right center. And it looks like Gareth is planning to take that now. It's there. That is solids secure for Gareth. At this level, the only way to really make huge indents in the scoreline is to keep your break. Firstly, capitalize on your opponent's dry break or mistake. Take that frame and then keep your break by means of breaking and running at least a few times. Make use of the winner's break rule. Quickly catch up if you are behind or extend your lead if you are in front. You know, two options at the moment. Either you finish top first, come down, or finish at the bottom first and then go up. You are going to have to come back for the black ball though. So in that scenario, it was either going to be the 3, then play the 5, then come down 4-1, or go 4-1 up table. And then for the black ball, you're going to have to come down the left side of the table. Which is why you'll see that he makes sure that he has an angle on the 5. Here comes the cue ball down the left side of the table. And yeah, he's got the pace perfect on this table. Gareth Potts gets his first point on the board. The score is 2-1. That's a rack and run for him. Mistake from Wang Yun, and it's cost him a frame. It's 2-1. It will be Gareth breaking in the next frame as well. Race to 15, winner break.
老鹰交边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现，只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰交边。
So after 3 frames on the TV table, it is Wang Yun leading Gareth Potts 2 frames to 1. 4th frame now, Gareth to break. It is winner's break format. And he's potted a ball in the center. Now so far, and I don't think I'm mistaken by this fact, it's 4 frames, and every single frame we've seen a ball potted on the break. Gareth potted on his first frame. Wang Yun potted on both his frames, and Gareth pots again. And you have to wonder, what are these players doing differently than some of the players we've seen struggling with the break? Look, it can be also session to session. Sometimes we see a player breaking so well, and in the next session struggling. Takes a 13 to the bottom right. That is stripe secure. Black ball looks like it passes the 7 into the top right. If it doesn't, he's going to have to move it slightly. Yeah, we're not right behind the black ball, so you can't really see it from here, but I think it does go. Yeah, a little bit awkward this. He might need the spider rest. Unless he goes across for the 9 and then comes back. Yeah, I was actually thinking 10 more accessible from where the 15 is. deciding to take it from here. There's the spider rest out. It's a high bridge. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough cross table at that distance using the spider as well. Firstly, using the spider, not easy to see. You're not right behind the pot, so you're not seeing the potting angle properly. Then any amount of side put on the cue ball, it'll immediately take.
10秒，延时。
Now Wang Yun has called his extension. Players have 45 seconds per shot, one extension of 30 seconds in a frame. The 3 goes. It does. Controls the cue ball by going into the 1. Now the 4 ball is the problem, going down towards the bottom left where the 10 is. But look at the angle he has on the 5. Now, do you move the 10 or do you move the 4? That's why I wondered. In that scenario, I felt that if you go into the 10, pot the 10, you're still on the 6 at least. But there is a good chance that is end of visit for Wang Yun. Look, that's... Oh, this is going to show us how attacking he is.
10秒，
Referee has called 10 seconds and he doesn't have an extension.
4、3、
It's 3, 2. So it looks like Phone Mint is not the only player that can play when the referee is counting down from 5. Yeah, he is. He's looking like he's fully committed there. Look at the plan. He's fully committing to this clearance.
10秒，
Has 10 seconds called again.
5、4。
Now, as he takes more solids off the table, if he's not able to make the clearance, he's gonna be leaving an open table for pots. It's not bad, although if Potts can't see any of the stripes, it looks like there's enough gap to jump it, but no need. If he can get to one of them, the 4 is still a problem for Wang Yun. He's swerving this, elevated bridging, playing right-hand side of the cue ball. Yeah, you could actually get to a lot of that 9 ball. What do you do if you're Wang Yun? The benefit in using the 4 to pot the 10. Gonna try and get the cue ball behind the 6. Yeah, that's what he's trying. Yeah, it's actually a pretty decent shot. The cue ball rolled like 1 roll less. He's perfectly behind the 6 ball.
Seconds.
Referee's called 10 seconds. I don't think Potts has used his extension yet.
4.
Yeah, this is interesting now, because the black ball is still available. Keen to see how attacking Wang Yun is, because if he really is, he might take this 4 on. Yeah, very close indeed. You can see what he's tried to do. He's tried to stun off the right side and come down for the 6. As we see that again, didn't look like he missed it by much, caught the outside jaw. But now that 4 and 6, not really potable. Bottom left side. Oh, he's played that well. Not easy by any means. Not the pot, not just the pot controlling the cue ball, also coming off left side and ball cushion to come down. That is absolutely inch perfect off 2 cushions. Gareth Potts gets his 2nd point on the board and ties up the match at 2-all in this race to 15. Nicely done on those last few balls from Potts. That missed 4 ball, but it shows us how attacking Wang Yun is. Even earlier in that frame, there wasn't really a finish on, but he still wanted to go for it. Shows us the type of player he is. Wang Yun won the Baotao Division 1 champion there, 3rd place in the Tianjin Division 1 as well. Now the Division 1 tour, that's before the Super Tour, 704 players, 650 Chinese players, 50 or so international players, open draw, which means as an international player you can face players like Chu Bingjie, Zhao Ruliang and Zheng Kangpeng in the first round. There are just a few seeded players that come in later, seeded Chinese players. But yeah, to win the Division 1, that is a tough tournament to win as well. So far, both these players have been breaking really well. 2 breaks each, 100% potting a ball on the break rate. The 2's not there, the 15's not there either. And Wang Yun at the table already. That's a dry break. Have a look at the 2 and the 15. The 2 goes far, the 15 goes close. He's straight away looking at the two stripes that are next to the black ball, and the way he's looking at it, he's looking at going into them. Or if not, playing 10 off the 4 into the center pocket. No, he's planning on going into them and he's missed the pot. I would say that's a little bit careless from Wang Yun. Can't be giving away chances like that. Can't be missing pots like that. Now Gareth also looking at going stripes. What does he make of the 15 and the 10 tied up next to the black ball? That is what he makes of them. He frees them up, but pushes the 15 close to the ball cushion. Black ball looks like it's still available. Does he have a shot at the 11? He does. Thank you, cameraman, for that. Yeah, the cameraman can't really hear me, and even if he could, most probably speaks Chinese, so it's just his intuition. They knew that's what I'd be looking for. They knew that's what we'd be looking for. Down for the 15. Yeah, and as you can see, it does look like the black ball goes to the top right. Now on table 2, Shen Shenyi is 3-1 up against Bo Junjie. Jung Kong Peng and Chen Zi 2-all as well. Zheng Zhaohai 3-2 up on Chu Mingshun. Zhang Tai 4-1 down against Zhao Long. Yongjun Park 3-2 down against Cheng Liu, and Chen Seming 4-2 up against Wu Zhenyu. Now what I've just noticed, having a look at those 16 remaining players, there are only 2 international players left in the tournament. Yeah, we have 16 players remaining, and the 2 international players are Gareth Potts and Yongjun Park. Gareth Potts from the UK, Yongjun Park from Korea. Yeah, it was either you leave the cue ball on that side of the 6 or on the inside of the 6. I would say on this side the pot is tougher, but coming on the inside of the 6, you run the risk of being snookered as well. Yeah, that's what I meant. The pot is slightly tougher because it looks like the 4 is in your way. Came that close to holding his break. Was a dry break. Wang Yun with an opportunity, didn't make the most of it, and there was a chance for Potts to hold his break and be breaking again in the next frame. The only bonus is the black ball is on the right side cushion. There's the 2 on the left side as well.
10秒。
And now I wonder, has he played the 3 there purposely to try and place it as a helper for the 2 coming down, just to widen that pocket? Like if it was a few millimeters closer to the pocket, that 2 would definitely go in easy. I expect Potts to get this. And it's a legal shot. Black ball makes contact with the cushion after contact. There's so many options for Wang Yun at the table. There's too many options. In a situation like this, you have way too much freedom, having more balls on the table. Decides to put 2 at once. Referee has a look at the 2. It's not frozen. No, it's not there. Went for the 2. What has he left for Gareth? I think he's left the cross bank. There's a chance. There is a chance, and it has to go. It's close. Yeah, he's been unfortunate. He was coming wide, but almost caught the 2. If he caught the 2, it was in for sure. Unsuccessful on that attempt, unfortunately, for Gareth Potts. Yeah, good pot on the 3. Just needs to find the gap. He'll be on the 7 anyway. Yeah, control the cue ball well after that. It was a little bit awkward. Had to cut that 7 ball back. Yeah, almost perfect on the black ball to the bottom right corner pocket. Third point on the board for Wang Yun. So winner of this tournament, the champion, gets 277,000 US dollars. Second place, 111,000. Third place, 41,000. Fourth place, 20,800. Fifth to eighth place, 9,720. 9 to 16, 5,500. 17 to 32nd, 4,100. And 33rd to 64th, 2,780 US dollars. But back to the first prize, the champion, 277,000 US dollars. That is life-changing money for what I would say is 14 or 12 days of play. Call it 12 days. 12 days if you are coming from the international qualifier. If you're coming in as a stage 2 seeded player, call it 8 days of play. Yeah, we were talking about his high break and run rate in his previous matches. You can immediately see why. That is an excellent break. Pots the ball into the center, controls the cue ball as well. That's what you want. It's a decent split. Plays the 9 onto the 11. That's stripes in play. 10 ball below the black ball. Looks like it does go into the bottom left corner. But he has to find his way up into that balk area to play 14 and 15. So far in this match, 5 frames played. We got 1 break and run from Wang Yun, 1 rack and run for Gareth Potts. Yeah, look, if he was playing that for the 9, he's come quite far. And if he was playing that for the 15 or 14, he's come short. So the shot he has to play here off the 9 has to get quite deep into the bottom cushion, just past the Lieber win sign, off 2 cushions, 3 cushions, into the gap. There we go. Yeah, that's a good shot. That is a very nice shot. Gonna need another decent positional shot to go from 14 to 10. I just wanted to pass the 3, still okay though. He should have the potting angle from there. At 10, as you can see, not available from everywhere. You have to be extreme right side of the table. No, overcut. You can see though would have had position on the black ball, and that was for break and run, and already Gareth Potts is at the table. Now the reason the referee has a look at a frozen ball or calls a frozen ball, it's because in this game, the rules of Heyball, you have to make contact with a cushion after contacting the object ball. So if it's frozen, either the cue ball needs to make contact with that cushion or that ball needs to make contact with another cushion. You can't just roll up on a frozen ball.
Extension.
Called his extension as well as Gareth Potts. Now, he's the player that has more balls on the table, means he's got more room, more options, but I think he might have left line of sight on the 10. Yes, he has. Not only has he left line of sight, I think he's left the potting angle also. Look, from that distance where the cue ball is, he pots this, he deserves the frame. No. It's not there. Yeah, a few misses at the moment. Missed the 10 in his previous visit. That's why I had a slight feeling that this one might go wide as well. It's not just there for Wang Yun. Now he's come around with the cue ball. Has he left the potting angle again? He has. As you see, the potting angle is available. Now he's missed this 10 twice already in this frame, has Wang Yun. And again, I have absolutely no idea what's going on. I don't think he does as well. Now, to me, it looks like when he played that, he put a bit of... Yeah, it looks like he put a bit of inside on that, and he's missed it fine. That's been two poor safeties from Gareth Potts. Don't think you want to be doing that again in this frame. He's taking chances. But also, this is still early stages in this match. It's a race to 15, possible 29 frames. Played it to cover the 10. Yeah, I think if he played it without the 10 in mind completely, he would have given it a little bit more of a chance to go in. But of course, you miss that too and you leave it where it was. You're leaving the 10 wide open. Now this is definitely advantage Gareth Potts. That 10 ball very close to the bottom cushion here on our screen. It means that you leave that cue ball anywhere up table and it's pretty much safe. Although you don't want to leave the full table bank available. The 3 is outside the top right corner pocket. That can help the 10 in. Yeah, he's got a massive bounce there, but that's because he's hit the 3 thin actually. In that scenario, at that pace, you try and hit it thick, you're going to most likely miss it thick. Yeah, that did mean it was going to be a much tougher one, and he's tried to hold the cue ball. Been a bit fortunate. But actually now, if Wang Yun plays the 1 cushion escape and plays full ball onto the 10, let's see if he can get full ball. The cue ball is going to be safe on the cushion. 10's going to go over the pocket. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I'd say that's not the best result. He's got the safety, it looks like, but didn't want the 6 and 1 to be tied up. That's going to make things slightly difficult. And there was a time in this frame I said Gareth definitely has the advantage. If he can make contact with this 10 and push it even closer to the corner, that might just change. But first has to make contact. He's coming 2 cushions. It looks good. Look, it's a decent hit, legal shot. That's exactly the route that he planned, which shows you how well he knows how these cushions bounce. Now Potts would have to try and get the cue ball to the top left, top right of the table. Leave it wrong side or come from behind the 1 and 6. Has to be a legal shot though. Yeah, it must be legal. The referee didn't call it, so it must have made contact with the 1 and then cue ball hit the cushion. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it's much tougher to judge the outgoing angle from there, but he looks like he's judged it well. A brilliant effort from Wang Yun. I don't think that's exactly where he wanted to be with the cue ball though.
Seconds.
Referee's called 10 seconds. I think he's used his extension already in this frame.
5, 4, 3.
Yeah, it's a cracking pot from Gareth. Now he's going to have to play a good safety. So cue ball top right of the table. The one ball needs to go close to a pocket as well to give him the upper hand. Yeah, the one ball has rolled a little bit too much. 1 or 2 rolls less and it's almost perfectly in front of the pocket. Pressure on Wang Yun. He's played for that. He's played to leave it behind the black ball and to keep the 10 out. Look at where the 10 ball is now. Now that's where Potts needed the one ball to be, like the way the 10 is. So you can see extreme left on the cue ball. Yeah, that shot that Wang Yun played, that was advantage. Wang Yun after that having the 10 ball just outside the bottom right. Yeah, very nicely done. He's controlled that perfectly as Wang Yun. Yeah, Gareth's not going to be too happy with that one. There was a time he was definitely in control of that frame. And that's the same 10 ball that Wang Yun just potted that he missed twice. As Wang Yun pots the black ball, he is 4-2 up against Gareth Potts after 6 frames played. Now so far 6 frames played in this race to 15 between Wang Yun and Gareth Potts. Wang Yun 4-2 up with 1 break and run. Gareth Potts with 1 rack and run. Our previous frame was a chance for Wang Yun to make a break and run. Missed the 10 ball. Missed it again. Missed the 10 ball 3 times. That looks like it's going to be a dry break also. It is, you see the 14 doesn't make it. The 6 gets kicked away from the center pocket. Yeah, straight away goes into the black ball there. Very attacking shot from Gareth. Securing stripes, releasing the black ball. Yeah, that way doing it on the first shot doesn't mean you're spending the entire frame trying to figure that out, trying to get on the right side, trying to create the angle to get there. And he's landed on the 11 to the top right. That 12 ball looks to me like it only pots in the same pocket. Yeah, it's very nicely played. He's played that into the perfect area for the 15 and the 9. And all he really needs is to get decently behind the 12 to the top right and just run it through for the black ball into the center pocket. It's all about pace. Yeah, look, he's not exactly where he wanted to be. He wanted to be right behind that 12. But look at that, off one cushion, forces the angle to the side and comes back for the black ball into the center pocket. As Gareth Potts gets his 3rd point on the board, that is another rack and run for Gareth Potts. Score is 4-3 to Wang Yun. Gareth Potts 3 points, 2 rack and runs. Wang Yun with just the 1 break and run. Yeah, those are some of the international players who are still here at the tournament venue. Have come to watch Gareth Potts, support Gareth Potts. As I said, out of the 16 players remaining in this tournament, just 2 international players left. Gareth Potts from the UK, Yongjun Park from Korea. Now 7 frames played, 4-3 to Wang Yun. We will have a player break after this next frame, so best case scenario for Gareth is we go into the player break all squared 4-all. And you can see he's really put a lot of work into that break. I can guarantee you there's hours that have gone into getting that break as good as he's hitting them. Would say out of the international players, one of the best breaks I've seen. One of the most consistent. At this level, that's what it comes down to. Yes, you are going to have a few of those tactical frames, multiple visits, but mostly dry break's going to cost you, as you saw in the previous frame. Wang Yun with the dry break, Gareth makes a rack and run. Now he's potted on this break, and it gives himself the opportunity to not only make the break and run, get the point on the board, but to stay at the table. Which means if he gets it after the player break, he'll be breaking in the 9th frame. Had to swerve that a little bit, was not perfect on the 1. Had to just bend it around the 4 with a touch of inside. I'm sure many of you have seen the drills that Gareth does on the Heyball table. Some really insane drills that he pulls off. Some easier ones that some people have tried and got, and then some really, really tough ones.
Yeah.
So it is no surprise that
Extension.
he is this successful in this game. It's the work that goes in. Then, of course, to win the Grandmasters finals 3 times. By the time he won the 3rd and 4th one, you have to know the level of the Chinese players had also really improved a lot in this game. They were playing this game at a very high level, so those were not easy to win at all. Looks good. First break and run for Gareth Potts as he gets his 4th point on the board. We got 1 break and run, 2 wreck and runs from Gareth Potts. Wang Yun with just the 1 break and run. Score is 4-all after 8 frames played.
金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等不例外一线球星代言。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人郑伟国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
Born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。欧尚地毯，突破核心科技， 从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
And we are back after that player break at 8 frames played. The score is 4-all on the TV table between Gareth Potts from the UK and he's up against Wang Yun from China. So far, Gareth Potts with 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs. Wang Yun just the 1 break and run. So far, 2 1-visit clearances on the spin in the last 2 frames from Gareth. Rack and run followed by a break and run. Makes a 15 into the top right corner pocket, and here we go again. Cue ball was controlled, got kicked however. It stays on the table. If you are just joining us, welcome to the 2025 Joy Heyball Masters Nanning Station. This is the Super Tour that you are watching live. It is day 7, stage 3 of this tournament. We started stage 3 with 32 players, the last 32. Double elimination. We are down to 16 players.
5, 4, 3.
The players you see on the TV table are in the winner's bracket, which means still 2 lives. 8 players left in the winner's bracket, 8 in the loser's bracket. On table 2, we have Bo Junjie against Shen Shenyi. The score is 6-4 to Bo Junjie. Jung Kong Peng 4-all with Chen Zi. Yeah, cracking pot from Gareth there on the 6 to the bottom right. Jing Zhouhai 4-7 up against Chu Mingjun. Hao Chen 7-2 up against Zhao Liao. Zheng Tai 6-5 up against Zhao Long. Cheng Liu 7-4 up against Yong Jun Park, and Wu Zhenyu 7-4 up against Chen Seming. Now, if you are looking for the live scores, the brackets and those tables live, you can find the links in the description and pinned in the comment section of both YouTube and Facebook. If you click on the Linktree link, then QQ tables, and you'll find all the QQ links there. Just have a look through them and find the tables. All these matches should be on the live stream at the moment. Out of the last 16, just 2 international players remain. That's Gareth Potts from the UK and Yong Jun Park from Korea. And it so happens that both those international players are in the winner's bracket. So far, this is off his break. The 1 does go into the left center, but he's going to need to get topside for it. can see he's purposely left himself low on the 4, quite low, to play the 4 in the bottom right corner pocket.
Seconds. Extension.
Yeah, tricky little shot this to get nicely on the 1. That's why he's taking his time. Say naturally the cue ball goes before the center pocket and out. Yeah, here we go. Worked the cue ball nicely there. Didn't want to be playing that black ball to the bottom left. Came across, and that is another break and run for Gareth Potts. He's got 5 points now. He's 5-4 up against Wang Yun. 2 break and runs consecutively for Gareth Potts now. And to me, that looks like it's 4 1-visit clearances for Gareth Potts out of 5 frames. There we go. 2 break and runs, 2 rack and runs, 2 of them consecutive. And just the 1 break and run for Wang Yun. So not only has he come from behind, caught up, equalized the score at the 8-frame player break, he's now taken the lead with 2 consecutive break and runs. Can he continue? Here we go again. I see the 10 going into the center pocket. Yeah, look at the 10. The 10 gets kicked a lot. Ends up in that left center pocket. Now this time, not the easiest starter on the table. He's got the 4 to the center pocket. You're going to be running into traffic. Possibly the 5. Yeah, straight into the 5. It pushes the 5 towards the corner. It pushes it in. It's going to be another tough pot if he wants to continue running this visit. Six to the center is tough. Six to the corner might be tougher.
10 seconds.
Otherwise has to find a good safety here. It looks like that's the plan. Cue ball on the ball cushion. Or close to the ball cushion at least. Yeah, for a second it looked like he left the 9 to the center, but as you can see, played the 14. It's gonna head up very close to the bottom corner pocket. It's a little bit of a loose shot from Wang Yun. Not only has he left the 1 available, he's left the 7 also. Look, it's not an easy 7. Cue ball being where it is, you need to cue this so well. Cued well, he has done. Look at that. Perfectly played. Yeah, that's why I said there was a bit of a loose shot from Wang Yun. Being ahead the way he was and playing as well as he was in the first few frames, he's lost the grip on this match a bit. Momentum is with Gareth Potts at the moment. Now just 3 solids left on the table for Gareth. All pretty much open. The 1 goes to the top right corner pocket. Which he's played on right now. Yeah, it's okay. Should be able to come past the stripes. 2 cushions into the gap to play the black ball into the center pocket. Yeah, checked it nicely as well. You saw it check off the cushion. Yeah, he's flying now as Gareth Potts gets his 6th point on the board. He's leading 6 frames to 4 over Wang Yun. That was a very loose shot from Wang Yun that opened the door for Gareth Potts there. Like, it looked to me like he had a few options, 9 possibly to the center, or at least the shot he played, get the cue ball safe. Cannot afford to leave the potting angle open for Gareth Potts. This tournament is proudly presented by Joy Billiards and Libo Win Cloth. As you can see, we are playing on the beautiful Joy Q8 Golden Leg table, the official table of the Grandmasters Finals. Steel block cushions as well, clothed with Libo Win 8848 cloth. Best standard to play the game of Heyball on at the moment. Now, most of these players practice on these tables and they are for sale. Come to the tournament playing on the same table you have on at your house. Makes a big difference. And this time, dry break from Gareth. Yeah, see the 4 heading towards the center pocket. The 12 was also heading towards the center, got kicked, almost went into the top left. Now, Wang Yun has not done the most with these chances lately in this match. Every time he gives even half a chance to Gareth Potts, it's a point Potts' way. Left himself nicely on the 15 to the center pocket. Actually, black ball needs to be released. There we go. Yeah, brilliant shot he's played there. He's landed absolutely perfect on the 15 to execute that. I've just noticed, well, I noticed it earlier, it looks like he's playing with a maple shaft cue. Not often you see that on one-piece cues for Chinese 8-ball or Heyball. That looks like it's a maple shaft cue. See no grains at all unless he sanded it and used no grain filler, but yeah, not often that you see maples in the one-piece snooker cue design for Heyball. Yeah, this has been quick. This is quick. This should be under 2 minutes. This is off Gareth Potts' dry break. As Wang Yun brings it to within 1 as he gets his 5th point on the board with a rack and run off Gareth Potts' dry break. Score 6-5 at the moment in favor of Gareth Potts. Gareth with 2 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. Those break and runs were consecutive. Wang Yun with 1 break and run, 1 rack and run. That was a quick one though. Definitely 2 minutes or under. Played it well to open up the black ball there, and then it was pretty much smooth sailing from there. Winners break format, it's a chance for him to equalize. Cue ball in straight away, and that is going to hurt. It's going to cost him. As Gareth's already at the table, cue ball in hand behind the balk line. So Heyball rules, when the cue ball is potted off the break or goes off the table on the break, you have to place it behind the balk line, play forward. Can't play any of the balls within the balk area. And that is solid, secure, nice pot in the 5. Now will he choose to just nudge into the 4 possibly? If he does, the 3 ball is the right ball to do that. And he's looking at it now.
Seconds.
So you'd have to pretty much connect using the 1 to the 3, use the 3 to break the 4. But then also leave yourself a recovery ball afterwards. The 2 would be the recovery ball. Now I think he's done one better here. He's left the 1, so that if things don't work out with the 4, he's still on the 1. There we go, into the 4, freeze the 4, but he's on it as well if he needs to be. Our previous frame was a quick rack and run from Wang Yun off Gareth's dry break. This frame here, Wang Yun pots the cue ball on the break, and so far Gareth's taking these very well. Hard to catch up with him though once he takes the lead. He's an excellent front runner. Played that absolutely perfectly. You know, at that distance, the awkward cueing as well, it's so easy to underscrew that or overscrew that, but he's landed absolutely perfectly as Gareth gets his 7th point on the board. Yeah, brilliant stuff from Gareth Potts. 7th point on the board, another rack and run. And he's got the 2-frame lead once again as Gareth Potts. It is a very high standard between these two players on the TV table. Gareth Potts from the UK against Wang Yun from China. Gareth is 7-5 ahead at the moment with 2 break-in runs, 3 rack-in runs. Wang Yun just the 1 break-in run and 1 rack-in run. It looks to be dry. Yeah, it did look like the 1 was close to going into the top right. Yeah, not quite a while away. Still 2 hits the outside jaw of the center pocket. Now it is a chance for Wang Yun to bring himself within 1 of Gareth. There'd be a little bit of pressure out there as seen the way Gareth is playing. 1 mistake and he's down by 3. This is a race to 15 winners break format. Can call this quarterfinals of the winners bracket. There's just 8 players left in the winners bracket, 8 in the 1 loss bracket. Both these players guaranteed a top 12 finish. Winner from this match guaranteed a top 8 finish in this tournament. First prize for this tournament is $277,000 US. Places paid right down to 64th place as well. What has he left himself? So he's played for the gap between 9 and 13 for the 1. 7 does go in the left center pocket. As you can see, the 5 is also available to center and corners. It's gone up at 5. He's played for the 7, so he's going to have to reroute here. Now it's going to mean that he has to play through the gap and play the 7 to the bottom right corner pocket. Not so quick with this clearance. He's taking his time a little bit more to make sure of each shot. Can't afford to make a mistake at this stage. And that is another rack and run for Wang Yun as he gets his 6th point. His second rack and run, and he brings it to within 1. Score is 7-6 in favor of Gareth Potts in this race to 15. So we are almost halfway there. And after that player break, the level has definitely increased. We are seeing so many more one-visit clearances. There you see it, 7 points for Gareth Potts. 2 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. 2 of those break and runs consecutive. Wang Yun, 6 points, 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs. Nice previous break. Cue ball went into the center pocket and Gareth Potts punished it, of course. With ball in hand behind the balk line. This time controls the cue ball, gets the 12 into the center pocket. Yeah, look at the cue ball control. It's unbelievable. Still putting quite a bit of power into that. It's such a clean hit. Now stripes and solids do have a ball close to the cushion. Usually the first thing you are looking at when you come to the table, which set has a ball on the cushion? Is there connectors to it? Is there a way to break it free? Now stripe secured. What's the plan with the 15 just below the brown 7 on the left side? Look, if the 10 goes to the center pocket, he can play it where it lies. He's played onto the 15. I think he might have just come too far for that though. Rerouting required, 14 to the center pocket. This is going to be a good shot if he can get position. It's overpaced again. Second attempt at coming towards the 15.
秒。
And not getting perfectly on the 15 meant that he's had to give the table back to Gareth Potts.
5, 4.
Yeah, I like that shot. 7 onto the 6, free both of them. Get the cue ball safe up table. I don't think he's left anything. Yeah, I don't think he's left anything on from that distance at least. And it's not going to be that easy for Wang Yun to get a safe cue ball here. He's going indirect. Yeah, that's not safe at all. That is very much open. Now the one ball on the right side, it's a bit tight into the center pocket. Can use the 4 if he lands nicely on it to just run through into the 1. Has the 7 as a connector after that. This is a great opportunity for Gareth to get his 8-point and keep that 2-frame gap that he's been keeping since he took the lead. Look, I definitely think if there's an opportunity, he'll try and move the 1 that's not really a ball you want to be playing under pressure, especially as a chance you might leave the 10 on. Now taking care of the 2 into the bottom right corner pocket will mean he's done at the bottom end of the table. All of his work top end after that. So you're looking at cue ball coming around center of the table here. More, needs to move more. I don't think it's enough. Yeah, to me it doesn't look like it's enough to move the 1. He's used his extension already. The referee calls 10 seconds. Now look, he's had a good look at the 1 ball to decide whether he can pot that or wants to move it. Can do it from here. Oh, he's chosen to play this. If you had to play the 1 ball down to the top right corner pocket, it's Pretty much the place you want to be. No, it's not there. And this was always going to come down to that one ball. It was not an easy one ball. Far up the cushion on the right side. It's a brilliant pot and cue ball control after that. Almost full table distance. And this is a huge frame in this match. Huge frame. It was a chance for Gareth to keep the 2-point lead. But this is looking like Wang Yun is going to equalize. Winner's break format. He's going to equalize and have the break in the next frame. It's there. We're all square at 7 each. Wang Yun equalizes against Gareth Potts. That one ball is always going to be a tricky one ball. Now 14 frames played on the TV table between these two players. The score is 7 each. Nothing really between them. It's been a tight match all the way. This time makes a ball on the break. He's kept the cue ball on the table also. 2 frames ago potted the cue ball, and that gave Gareth a great chance to make a rack and run. Yeah, I tell you what, Gareth sat in that chair and he's thinking about the one ball. Currently, at the moment, that one ball changes the match. It means the score is 8-6. Gareth breaking. Chance to go 9. Potted a ball on his break. He's taken his extension straight away also. The 15 is there. Now what we have seen from Wang Yun is, yes, we've seen him make a clearance in 2 minutes, but when it's been a clutch clearance, we've seen him take his time and make sure of each and every positional shot and each pot. Now you'll have to get on the short side of the orange stripe 13 that's in balk to either potted left corner pocket or left center. He's going to the short side now. And it looks like he snookered behind the 5. You can see Gareth having a look at it as well. tricky now. Gareth will be sat in that chair, eager for an opportunity to take the lead again in this match. Oh, that's a blinding pot. He's most probably going to come around. He's going to have position on this. He's short side. He has position, but it's not easy from here. And what you didn't want is to be playing the 12 ball last. No. That was wide by some margin. Opportunity for Gareth. He's at the table already. I would have to say player that's making less mistakes at the moment is Gareth Potts. It's just a few worrying signs for Wang Yun. Now, usually you don't really see that many mistakes from the Chinese players, especially when playing against the international players, unfortunately. But however, I think there's definitely some added pressure when they are playing against the likes of Gareth Potts.
Seconds. 5, 4, 3.
That is where he wanted the cue ball. By putting the cue ball there, he's almost guaranteed that he's getting another visit to the table, because he's going to have to sort out the 5 and 6. And I see that is already New Year's Day in New Zealand. Wow. Well, happy New Year's to our viewers from New Zealand. Hope you are having a lovely one. And yeah, currently New Year's Eve, 7 p.m. in China. I know in places like South Africa it is much earlier in the day, but I hope you guys are having a lovely festive period. To the viewers, the players, the organizers as well. And we wish you all a brilliant new year and a great 2026. And the action doesn't stop here. We are on and we are live tomorrow at 10 a.m., although it is New Year's Day. If you do log on to Facebook or YouTube, you will be seeing the action. You will be hearing my voice as well. Now, we always do watch the comments on YouTube and Facebook, and we really do appreciate the viewers from all over the world tuning in. I know sometimes it's really early in the morning or late at night. So it's always nice to see viewers from all over the world tuning in and watching the stream. Now this black ball to take the lead once again for Wang Yun. That was a tough black ball. You saw it meant something to him. You saw the fist. Gets his 8-point on the board, takes the lead again. He's 8-7 up against Gareth Potts.
I was born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
第16局，王云开球。
Now it is the 16th frame, Wang Yun breaking. That is a dry break. He is 8-7 up against Gareth Potts. This is a race to 15, and we will have another player break after this. Score was 4-all after 8 frames played. Can Gareth Potts equalize it again before the player break?
Seconds. Extension.
And we've seen how important it is with those player breaks as well. When Potts equalized it at 8 frames, he came out of the player break and took the lead, extended his lead by 2 frames, but unfortunately could not hold off Wang Yun.
10 seconds.
He's taken his extension. Referee calls 10 seconds again. Oh, it's not there. Oh, he's as surprised as we are. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Don't know what to say. The player break is between 5 to 10 minutes, but usually players are back within, I'll say, 6 minutes. I mean, it's just literally for them to have a comfort break and a few interesting words with themselves. I see in Namibia it's 13:10 p.m. at the moment. In Ireland at 11:10 a.m. So most of us still on New Year's Eve. There are a few parts in the world that are already on New Year's Day. And of course, there are a few places in the world that have just started New Year's Eve. I see Los Angeles. It's 3 a.m. there at the moment, 3:14 a.m., 16 hours behind us currently in China.
10秒。
You know, a few frames ago, it was the one ball that Potts missed to the top right. This time, the 10 to the center. He had to pay for the one ball. He lost his lead because of that, but there might still be a chance for him in this frame. Wang Yun is not perfect. Now the 13 is slightly off the cushion. Which is the reason it made it slightly easier for him. But look, you couldn't hold the cue ball from there. Usually, what I have seen a few players do is actually go into it fully and play it up the table and back down. Because there's pretty much no way you're going to hold the cue ball. This looks like it might be end of visit at the table for Wang Yun. Unless, yeah, it's not to be. Gareth Potts will come back to the table in the 16th frame.
Seconds.
10 seconds called, and he did use his extension already. Do well to get the cue ball safe, and it looks like, yeah, he doesn't have the 14 available, just the 10. Yeah, no, there's not too many places to put this cue ball safe for Wang Yun.
5, 4, 3.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Has he even got a double kiss off that? They have to show us a replay of that. That's exactly what he was looking at though, but unfortunately snookered himself on the potting angle of the 14. No, it's not there. That was too tough. That was too tough. That ball was quite far away from that pocket. Oh, here's it again. Yeah, cleanly though. He's got it cleanly. He's been unlucky to not be on the 14. Now Gareth Potts has to fight to get this 8th point of his to go into the break all squared 8 all. And I would think now, with that shot, he is pretty much securing himself another visit to the table. The 1 ball is out. He moves the 14. It means the 4 ball is free. And then the rest of them go. Look, there's 6 pockets on the table. Yeah, now open chance for Gareth Potts at the table in the 16th frame. Oh my word, Gareth Potts. How is that not gone in? I can't believe it. The 5 looked like it was right on the edge. That is something we need to see a replay of. Honestly, I can't believe that. What an opportunity that was for Gareth. That looks like it's there. Wang Yun gets his 9th point at 16 frames played. He's 9-7 up as we go into the 16 frame player break. We will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes, guys. Score 9-7 to Wang Yun.
比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中老，过逍遥日子。
天要求干，换一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
冰塑胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，冰塑胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。 因素整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用因素胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边因塑造，好胶边因塑造。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头。超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造。以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为意，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
暂停结束，比赛继续。第17局，王云开球。10 seconds. Extension.
And we are back after that 16-frame player break. The score is 9-7 in favor of Wang Yun over Gareth Potts from the UK. And yeah, it was a costly mistake from Gareth in the previous frame. There was a chance for him to go 8-all. But unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Now, what do you do as a player going into the player break, knowing you've made a few unforced errors? That's also why we have those 8 frames player break. I mean, it's a chance for you to just give yourself a little pep talk, to spend 5 to 10 minutes alone with yourself and try and get your head in the game and ready for the next session of 8 frames. This is a race to 15, stage 3, the final stage of this tournament. We are on day 7, just 16 players remaining. This is live action from the winners bracket. It is double elimination in stage 3, so both these players have won their matches so far. Guaranteed a top 12 finish in this tournament. Winner of this match guaranteed top 8. Really nice to see the comments coming in from all over the world, all the viewers from all over the world. Hope you're having a great festive period. I know it is New Year's Day, some places in the world. Happy New Year's to you. I hope the rest of our viewers and players and organizers, of course, are having a lovely festive period and have a great New Year's. Now, we do always keep an eye on the Facebook comments and YouTube comments. That's why we are here, to answer your questions if you have any. So if there are any questions, please feel free to ask, and I'll do my best to answer to the best of my capabilities. I have put the live score link, bracket link, in the description on Facebook. There is the Linktree link that'll take you to those links as well, pinned on YouTube and Facebook. Now, the Linktree link also has the links to the QQ live tables. All the tables should be live. We have 8 matches on at the moment, including the TV table match.
10秒.
So on table 2, currently, Bo Junjie is 11-8 up on Shen Shenyi. Shen Zi and Zheng Kongpeng 9-all. Xing Xiaohai has defeated Chu Mingjun 15-6. Hao Qian is 11-5 up on Jia Liao. Zhang Tai 12-10 up on Zhao Long. Cheng Liu 11-9 up on Yongjun Park. And Wu Zhenyu has defeated Chen Ziming 15-5. Now, of the 16 remaining players in the tournament, only 2 internationals left. That is Gareth Potts from the UK and Yongjun Park from Korea, both of which are in the winners bracket. And out of those 16 players, just 8 left in the winners bracket. Those 8 players yet to take a loss in stage 3. Yeah, almost didn't get that one. But the way he cues those, the way he times it in is almost near perfect always, Gareth Potts. Yeah, that was big. That was not an easy 4-ball. Not from where the cue ball was. Yeah, he's just gotten up off the shot, needs to make sure of this. Needs a bounce, he's going to get it. Yeah, he's judged that perfectly. Would have been so easy to snooker yourself behind the 9 there. It's there. Gareth Potts gets his 8th frame on the board. The score is 9-8 to Wang Yun over Gareth Potts. This is a race to 15 winners break. So chance again for Gareth Potts to equalize in this match. So game on. 18th frame to get underway. Gareth Potts to break. 9-8 down against Wang Yun from China. So far, Gareth Potts 2 break-in runs, 3 rack-in runs. Wang Yun 1 break-in run, 2 rack-in runs. Ten ball in, and he's making that ball quite consistently. That is a very purposeful break. Say 70% of the time to 80% he's making a ball in that right center pocket.
Seconds. Extension.
You can see how quickly 45 seconds per shot goes. He's just had a look at the table and the referee's already calling 10 seconds left. Now he's added 30 seconds to that by calling his extension. You get one of those in a frame. Referee's having a look at the 4, whether it's frozen ball. She doesn't say anything, which means it's not. Yeah, now what do you do with the 4? There's no real connector to it, but there is a connector from it, the 7, outside the left center pocket. Honestly, looking at the table, I think that is the right shot to take. Referee calls 10 seconds, so he's going to have to rush this slightly.
5, 4.
It's there, it looks good. Yeah, it's tough to find a player that cues that ball better than that. You can see he's taking his time with this one. This is a very important frame in this match. As you can see, the 1 does go. Aiming for the outside jaw to make sure you miss the 11. That's outside jaw. Yeah, there's a lot of the outside jaw. But the 5 at the moment doesn't really go anywhere. It's going to mean 2 and cue ball running into the 5.
10 seconds.
Now, best case scenario, the 5 runs into the 15, lands outside the center pocket. It's okay. It's not bad. It could have been worse. There's a bit of pressure on this 5 now. Doesn't help that the center pocket is right there. We are right behind the 5 ball. It's there. What a pot that is. Does he have position on the black ball? Almost. Here we go. Black ball to the bottom left corner pocket. It looks good. It's there. It's there. Gareth Potts gets his 9th point on the board. We are level after 18 frames played. 9-all, Gareth Potts and Wang Yun. That was a tough one. That was a very tough clearance. I think one of the toughest we've seen so far in this match. But he navigated through that quite perfectly. A few recovery shots needed, but the 2 ball, the 5 ball, the black ball gets his 9th point on the board with another break and run. He's got 3 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. And so far, double the amount of 1-visit clearances than his opponent. Wang Yun with just the 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs. The 5 looks good. The 5 is in. 7 as well. So 5 straight in off the break. The 15 doesn't. But gets the 7 into the bottom right corner also. Yeah, big clearance the previous one. You make a break and run like that, it's a very important one to make. It was very tough. Also I think he ran the 4 ball down the right side cushion. So he had pretty much a little bit of everything in that clearance. Here we go, 5 or 4 stripes left on the table. 5 pots away from getting to double digits. It's a bit awkward. It's hampered slightly by the 13. He's over it, and the referee will be very close watching that.
10 seconds. 5.
Yeah, that was the 13. That was the 13. Be surprised how often that happens when you have to worry about a ball that you are over. Because as you keep moving, yes, you're watching it, but you keep moving, you wonder how close you are, and that's what's in your brain, not the pot. It was an unfortunate one there for Gareth Potts. And nicely done from Wang Yun, gets the 4 out into open play. Now he hasn't been on this side of the table yet to see if he'll take the 1 to the center pocket. Yeah, there we go. That's what he's looking at. Is he looking at playing the 1 from where it lies down? Yeah, I believe he is. He's landing right behind it. And if you were going to be playing the 1 to this bottom left corner pocket, that's pretty much the best place you can be. Oh, look at that. That's a fantastic shot that he's played there. It was not an easy one because that stripe was not as close to the pocket as you'd like it for that shot. Playing that the way he played that, very similar amount of accuracy needed to actually pot that ball straight in the pocket. Wang Yun gets his 10th point on the board. He's leading 10-9 with a rack and run. His first visit to the table after Gareth Potts' break. Score is 10-9 to Wang Yun over Gareth Potts. That's his 3rd rack and run. He's got 1 break and run. Gareth with 3 break and runs, 3 rack and runs at the moment. So far, I think one of the tightest matches we've seen on the TV table. Now, winner's break format, it is a race to 15. It is Wang Yun to break. Makes a ball right center pocket. Yeah, very high percentage from these two players of potting a ball on the break. I think between two players, it is one of the highest that we have seen. Having a look at some of our other matches on at the moment, there are 7 other matches on. Bo Junjie 12-10 up on Shen Sheni. Jung Kong Peng is 10-all with Chen Zi. Jing Zhaohai has won his match 15-6 over Chu Mingjun. Hao Xian is 13-5 up against Zhao Liao. Zhang Tai 13-11 up against Zhao Long. Cheng Liu 13-10 up against Yongjun Park, and Wu Zhenyu has defeated Chen Siming 15 frames to 5. Now, half of those matches are winners bracket, half losers bracket. 16 players. And at the moment, after this round, we will be down to 12. So the black ball looks like it does pass into the bottom left corner, so it wouldn't be a bad time to take the 4 now. He's not going to take it just yet. Yeah, taking the 4 now. As you can see, the black ball does pass the 9 into that pocket. Yeah, it's a fantastic positional shot he's just played there. Off 2 cushions, the pace absolutely perfect to land on the one the way he did. I mean, we have seen players really struggling with the pace sometimes, and in this case, overrun or underrun that by 20 centimeters, and it's a totally different clearance. Wang Yun gets his 11th point on the board. He's got a 2-frame gap now against Gareth Potts. The score is 11-9 in this race to 15. And that was off his break. That is his second break and run of the match thus far. There we go. Wang Yun with 2 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. Gareth Potts 3 break and runs and 3 rack and runs. 2 of those break and runs were consecutive. Look, the thing is, at this level, we've had players make quite a few consecutive breaks, especially on this TV table. The most we've seen is 7 from Jing Xiaohai, 7 consecutive. Thing is, if your opponent is breaking well, you can be sat in that chair for a while. Oh, he's almost made the 1. Would have been a bit lucky if that 1 went in. I would have expected a raised hand if the 1 did go. So far at these tournaments, and in China is the only place I've seen players raise their hand after the break if they pot a ball that was not meant to go in. That's because they know exactly which ball they want to go in on that break.
10 seconds. 5.
Does the 6 go? That is very tight coming past the 7 to the top right corner pocket. Seven instead, and that opens up the 6 to the center pocket. How well has he cued that 7 ball though to the top right? Trying to get the cue ball higher on the table. Yeah, for the 5 ball, he's done well there. It was not an easy shot. Cue ball so close to the object ball and so close to the cushion as well. Had to elevate so much to get any kind of reaction on that cue ball. Straight into the center of the pocket goes the 3. Yeah, this didn't look easy at all, especially the 7 and the 6 along the right side. That was tough. He's looking at exactly where he wants to be for the 1 ball. That's his last ball at the bottom end of the table. And he should be able to get to exactly where he needs to be from this 2 ball.
10 seconds.
Yeah, the cue ball being past the halfway or past the center pocket means extension on the cue. Comes out nicely off 2 cushions for the black ball into the right center. Massive point this. It's there. Gareth Potts gets his 10 point on the board with a rack and run. That is his 7th 1-visit clearance of the match. 4th rack and run. He's got 3 break and runs also.
欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯掉毛地毯终结者。
Yeah, look, I can't call a winner here. It's too tight to call.
第22局，加雷斯波茨开球。
Look, I do know when it comes to grit and fighting, especially towards the end of the matches, at that I think Gareth Potts is second to none. Showed us that he can make clearances from anywhere, but as we always say, it comes down to the break. The break is so important. And now just 1 behind. It's his break and it's dry.
10秒。延时。
So open table for Wang Yun is currently 11-10 up on Gareth Potts in this race to 15. Call his extension also, which means he's gave this enough thought. So 7 ball close to the right side cushion. You got the 4 bottom end of our screen here. Those are going to be the ones to get onto.
10秒。
Now referee called 10 seconds. He's used his extension already.
4、3、2。
He's played that on 2. Yeah, friendly kiss off the 12 ball. It's not worked out that badly for him. Yeah, play the 5, nudge into the 7, release the 7. Land short side on the 4. It's not too bad, but gotten a bit of a big bounce there though. Now looking at the layout of stripes on the table, there's 14 and 9 is a problem. It's worth taking on this 4. It's not an easy 4. It's there. Controls the cue ball as well. That was the tough part about that shot. As you are trying so hard to hold the cue ball. Tends to happen sometimes is your brain knows that's what you're trying to do, so sometimes you hit it thicker instead. Because of course hitting it thicker means less cue ball movement. That's why usually you see that shot being missed thick. Yeah, this has been an absolutely exceptional clearance thus far from Wang Yun. He gets his 12 point on the board. He's leading by 2 frames again. It's 12-10 over Gareth Potts.
谢谢。第23局，王云开球。
Now that is the 23rd frame. Wang Yun currently 12-10 up against Gareth Potts. 11 ball not making it into the right center, which means it is a dry break. If you have just joined us, firstly, you are very late. This match is already going on for over 3 hours. It is a race to 15, and this is the Super Tour at the Nanning station of the Joy Heyball Masters 2025. We are in stage 3, final stage of this tournament, day 7, 16 players left. And this is a quarterfinals match from the winners bracket between Gareth Potts from the UK and Wang Yun from China. Both these players yet to lose a match in stage 3. Guaranteed a top 12 finish in this tournament. Winner here guaranteed a top 8 finish. But that's not what these players want. They will never be content with top 12 or top 8. And the man at the table knows exactly what it is to be a champion at the Joy Masters event. He's won the grand finals 3 times. He's the only international player to ever win that tournament. Crunch time now for Gareth Potts. 2 behind his opponent, 3 away from the finish line. Everything is a must now. Can't afford dry breaks, must pot, must make position. You could see he was willing that cue ball to stop. The 6 does go to the top right corner. Seven sits in the bottom right. Now black ball. Black ball does go into the left center, right bottom corner where the 7 is. But the 6 ball has to go. It's there. It looks like that's where he's going to leave himself. He's going to leave himself for the black ball to the center pocket. Slow down. I think it's okay. Just. Does he have it? I think he does. He definitely does. That's a rack and run for Gareth Potts to get his 11th point. He brings it back to within 1. What a clearance that was. Gareth Potts. Yeah, I think when it comes to performing at his best when he needs to, he's really is one of the best at that. There we have it. Gareth Potts on 11, 3 break and runs, 5 rack and runs. That's 8 one-visit clearances. Wang Yun on 12. He's He's got 3 rack and runs, 2 break and runs. Big break now for Gareth to equalize. We will have another player break after this frame. That'll be 24 frames played. So at 8 frames played, the score was 4-all. At 16, it was 9-7 in favor of Wang Yun. Now, do we go to 24 frames played all square once again? Made a ball straight away into the bottom left. Yeah, it was the 15 that made its way in. That's all you want breaking at the table, is to pot a ball. Give yourself a chance, although this is not the easiest chance. You got the 4 and the 10 tied up bottom end of the table. There's definitely a bit of work here. Referee's going to be calling 10 seconds. There it is. He's called his extension also. Added another 30 seconds to his 45-second shot time. He's missed one earlier in the match using the spider. Arrest gets it this time. This clearance is going to come down to releasing that 4.
10 seconds.
10 seconds again, no extensions left. He's playing the 1. He's playing the 1 down to the bottom right corner. It's close. It's very close. It's not there. Now the reason he's played that is because his opponent is in the same situation. He's got the 10 that he has to release. He's going to play this cushion first off the 1. There we go, and release the 10. Left him the absolute perfect opportunity. This 1 was supposed to sit in that pocket. Either go in or sit. It was not supposed to open the pocket. Gave Wang Yun the perfect opportunity to break that 10 up. Big chance now. Into the 11. He gets the 11 as well. Has he been fortunate? Does he have a pot on? Can he find the potting angle of the 12? There we are, right behind it. It looks like he just might have it. Might have to put a touch aside on this. Yeah, you can see Used a bit of left. That's a good shot. That is a good shot from Wang Yun. So far in this match, the player with more clearances is Gareth Potts. Had a few unlucky rolls as well. 1 or 2 misses. But it's been a very tight match between these two players. You can't really separate them. But I mean, what a show they are putting on for us. Almost 3.5 hours that we've had these players at the TV table. And it's almost been 1 each all the way. This is all about pace. He's got the line, he's got the pace as well. He's got all the shots, Wang Yun. That's his 13-point rack and run for him. He's 13-11 up against Gareth Potts as we go into the 24-frame player break.
Official timeout for 10 minutes.
10-minute timeout at 24 frames played. The score is 13-11 to Wang Yun over Gareth Potts.
提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读之珠，匠心之作。河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
Born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues. You better watch what you're doing. what you do to me.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要球杆换一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控。
And the players are back after that 24-frame player break. The score is 13-11 in favor of Wang Yun over Gareth Potts from the UK. This is a race to 15 winner break format. And this is the winner's bracket of stage 3. It's only 8 players in the winner's bracket. After today, there'll just be 4 players in the loser's bracket. So 12 players left after today's matches. 16 when we started this round. Both these players at the table have not lost a match yet in stage 3. However, unfortunately, one of them is going to take their first loss. Wang Yun makes the 7-ball into the top left corner pocket. And it's been a great standard we've seen on the TV table between these two. They've given us a real show. Got Gareth Potts with 3 break-in runs, 5 rack-in runs. And Wang Yun, 2 break-in runs, 4 rack-in runs. It's not only that, it's been the frames in between, the multiple visit frames that sometimes went tactical as well, and also some pressure clearances from both these players. I do like it when we see comments on the stream acknowledging how good these players actually are, because this is a tough game. It's such a tough game to master, to play at such a high level when you're dealing with pressure and everything else that goes with it. To perform your best at this game, add to that you have to perform at your best for, we're now going past 3.5 hours in a race to 15, the final being a race to 23. So you have to acknowledge what excellent players these are. I would say risky bank, but look at where he's left the cue ball. If he misses it, wouldn't have been leaving anything on the table for Potts. Yeah, and when you see the way these players play and how good they are, and I did see a comment on the stream earlier. I mean, we do always watch the Facebook and YouTube comments. And I did see a comment saying, I mean, Gareth missed a ball, and somebody said, call it like it is. It's a bad shot from Gareth. That's not my job. I'm not here to judge the players. If that's what you want to say at home, it's all good and well, but it's not my job. I'm not here to judge. Utmost respect for all the players that play in this tournament from the get-go. It's not even the fact that the man has won 3 Grandmasters finals and he's the only international player to ever do it. Got to give credit where it's due. We aren't here to criticize the game. We're here to elevate the game. And that's why I like when we do see people that acknowledge the standard and the caliber of these players. Leave alone the skill factor. To perform on the TV table, it's the main stage. This is, in the Heyball world, this is the highest form. I mean, it's one of the biggest tournaments, the Joy Masters events. The only thing bigger is the Grandmasters final. So this is the top stage, top tier. So winner of this match will keep going in the winner's bracket, play tomorrow evening. Loser of this match will be in the loser's bracket, so still another chance for the player that does lose this match. Last 32, stage 3 being double elimination. It means you do have 2 chances. Yeah, good recovery. Oh, he's been unfortunate there. What a roll that is. Well, it was the previous one. I mean, a little bit too far for the 3. The final of this tournament will be played on the 4th of January at 2 p.m. local time here in China, and it will be a race to 23. The question is, what has he left? Does the 15 go? It's hard to tell from here. It looks like it might. The way he's played that actually tells us that the 15 should go. Good pot. Good pot, better cue ball. Look, he always had the 12 available, but he's come down nicely into the bottom half of the table. Now, has to make sure he has an angle to get to the black ball. Has to make sure he's low. He was low enough. Look at how much movement he got over that. He didn't have much of an angle there. And he's on the hill. Wang Yun gets his 14th point. He's 14-11 up on Gareth Potts. Race to 15, and he will be breaking in the next frame. Yeah, that was a tough one to get for Gareth. It was a tough finish. Not landing perfect on the 3 meant it became recovery after that. Unfortunately, that 15 did pass the black ball. And there we have it. Gareth Potts 3 break and runs, 5 rack and runs. Wang Yun 2 break and runs and 5 rack and runs. It's been a very high standard here. Right from the beginning, these players have really put a show on. Makes a ball, the 9 goes in, he controls the cue ball as well. I do think he's made 2 on that break. And 9 into the center, where's the second one? 14 into the opposite center pocket. That's 2 stripes down, what does he have? That's tough. That is tough. Doesn't get it. 14-11 up, and Gareth Potts comes to the table. Yeah, usually from that angle you are catching the outside jaw, unfortunately. And it is still an open table here.
seconds. Extension.
Called his extension as well. Yeah, this is tough. That cue ball is way down the table. Gets the pot. And the position is decent as well. With 2 stripes potted on the break from Wang Yun. There's only 4 left now. Yeah, I do think we are going to see 12th point here from Gareth. Remember, these matches have no time limit, so we do reach 15. Coming up on almost 4 hours of play. Yeah, he's punishing that miss to the center pocket, is Gareth Potts. Another one visit clearance. He gets his 12th point. The score is 14-12 in favor of Wang Yun as Gareth Potts puts another rack and run on the board. He's got 6 of them now. 6 rack and runs, 3 break and runs, and Gareth will be breaking in the next frame. This is a race to 15, so Wang Yun on the hill. Bo Junjie has defeated Chen Xunyi 15-12. We got Chen Zi 14-11 up on Zheng Kongpeng. Jing Zhouhai defeated Chu Mingxun 15-6. Hao Qian 15-7 over Chao Liao. Zheng Tai 15-13 over Zhao Long. So just 2 matches on at the moment. That's this one and Zheng Kongpeng. At the moment, 12-14 down. Gareth Potts to break. Makes the 11 into the center. That's the ball he's usually making. He does have an opening pot on solids as well. And now the only problem with solids is 6 ball behind the 14. Not only that, getting back for the 1 if you are taking the 3, which is why he's taking the 1 now. He should get this. He gets it. Release the 6. Yeah, I'd say he's been quite unfortunate there to not catch 14 or the 6 coming through. That's all he needed. He was almost guaranteed to be on the 7 to the center. Everything else goes. Black ball might be a bit of a squeeze though past the 14. That's why in that case Moving the 14 would be better. Now, it looks like he has a decent angle on the 5 to the center pocket. He's not taking it just yet. Very similar. I think it's slightly less steeper this time. Yeah, it definitely is. It's about 5 to 10 centimeters more towards the center of the table. There we go. He's played on the 6 short side. He's got it. Now, with the way he's played this to not move the 14, it means the black ball must go. Yeah, there we go. The black ball does. It's very close, though. He's come around to the right side of the table. Is he looking at playing the bank? He is. He's setting up on the bank to the right center pocket. This has to go. It has to get in that right pocket. It's there. Gareth Potts takes his 13 point. What a 13 point that was. He's just one behind. Oh, this was fantastic. This was absolutely fantastic. And that is his 4th break and run.
500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌。胶边选正红。
Yeah, what an ending to this match. Absolutely unbelievable. I can see Wang Yun cleaning his cue on the side there. If this goes Gareth's way, he's not going to come back to the table. Winners break, Gareth Potts to break. He's just one down. And his opponent on the hill in this race to 15. The score is 14-13. Needs a ball, makes the 9. After you make a ball, the next thing is the cue ball needs to stay on the table. Yeah, you can tell he's been working on that break so much, really. It's another big reason why he can compete at the top levels in this game and in this tournament. He's got that break right. At this level, the break becomes a deciding factor. break well, you leave an open table for your opponent. That's point down. They come to the table breaking in the next frame, or in this case, they win the match. Solids in play for pots. Now with an angle on the 5, can move the 6, especially from behind, pushing it into the center of the table. I think that's what he was looking for. How's the angle on the 5? Does he have enough? If he doesn't, he's going to reroute. He's going to have to reroute and come back for it. Seven next. Now the 3 does go to the center pockets, well, both center pockets. If he swings his cue ball around 2 cushions, he should be coming into the angle of the 5. Well, he could even play it straight up and down, but needs that angle on the 5. It looks like he's played on the 3. I don't think he can get to the 6 from here. It's going to mean it has to work now. That's where he wants to be. That's the angle the cue ball needs to come into the cushion with. Yeah, there's the angle. It's enough. It's enough. Look at that. Oh my word, Gareth Potts. Yeah, we are right behind this corner pocket. It's there. He's got it. Oh, look at the cue ball. Oh my word, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You cannot make this up. Now, are you playing to keep the cue ball safe, or are you playing to cut this in? I think he was playing to cut that in. What a chance that was. What a chance. He played that so well, almost perfect on the 6. I mean, as perfect as you can get. Look at the pot. And of all the places, look at where the cue ball ends up. But now, I tell you what, he doesn't have full ball, but there's a chance to kick this in. There is a chance to go cushion first. Needs to go. Has to go. This was a very risky shot from Wang Yun. Tell you what, this is going to be close. It's going to be very close. Oh, man. Can't get closer. Any closer and it would be in the pocket. Oh, I have no words. Look, it's not over yet. Wang Yun still has to make this finish. I've seen stranger things happen in this game. And you can see he's taking a walk to compose himself. It looks like he's just come past the 14 enough. You see, he understrokes that he's behind the 14 and things start to get tough. Yeah, now the 11, of course, not available to the top right, so center pocket. Both center pockets or even top left corner. It's not over. See the position on the 11. Look, it's not perfect. He's missed one close to this before. He's missed one close to this outside jaw. And if there was some pressure on the ball, it's this one because Gareth's been breaking well. He's made a comeback. But he gets it. It's there. What a match this has been. Absolutely unbelievable stuff from these two players. Surely now. Wang Yun defeats Gareth Potts, 15 frames to 13. What a match. You can see Gareth, look at that. I mean, that's nice to see. You don't usually see that here. I mean, unbelievable. I could see Gareth told him well played, which he did. Both of them played so well. What a show they've put on for us. Absolutely unbelievable level of play on the TV table. Got Gareth Potts with 4 rack and runs. Well, 4 break and runs, 6 rack and runs. Wang Yun, 2 break and runs, 5 rack and runs. And that last clearance he made was a pressure one, the 11 to the center. That was it. Unfortunately, Gareth Potts was not able to get to that black ball. What could have been, but Gareth Potts will be back. He's now in the losers bracket. He'll be playing tomorrow morning. Wang Yun progresses through in the winners bracket. So after today's matches, just 12 players left. Gareth Potts is still in, Wang Yun is still in. We've had Phone Mint eliminated and most of the other big names also, just a few left. We will be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. I know it's going to be, well, it is currently New Year's Eve here in China. I know some people are already celebrating New Year's Day. I wish you guys a happy New Year's and a great 2026. Hope you guys are having a lovely festive period from me and the Joy team. I'm Raymond Tillack. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and we'll be back tomorrow, 1st of January 2026 at 10 a.m. Thank you guys so much.